Well, hello everyone. Hey, Amy. Hi, Ashley. Not too many everyone's in here right now. Hey, Donna. Hey, John boy. Haven't seen you in a while. Come on. Come on, stop. butt out of the camera. Hey, Sharna. Hey, Willow. Ah. Give me a second, Sharna. I'll pull out the doily sets I have right now. Hey, Masha. Yeah. Crocheting and okay, Sharna. Yeah, that'd be awesome, Willa. Send me the link. Right now I've got like a peachy pink and soft peach, very pale combination in this size. This is a tad big. Some of these are all the same pattern. It's just stitch thread or needle. This what changes the size of. This is it's more like a royal purple. It's not a blue. pinks. And blues. That's all I got right now, Shauna. If you want a different color, let me know. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. 12 for the set. And right now you have your burnt orange. Oh, well, I actually wasn't doing one of those right this minute. I was working on a butterfly applique. But you like this yellow? So not a bright yellow, this more. So not true yellow, this more, kind of, I'll call it sunshine yellow. Trying to get that color to show up. There it is. Lighter or darker? Lighter. Okie dokie. Well, if you stick around, I gotta finish this little butterfly and then I'll work on yours. But
Good morning, dear.
Good morning. Oh, I gotta read some cat facts because I forgot yesterday's.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, I gotta get those in.
Yeah.
In Thailand, cats are considered lucky. Giving one as a housewarming gift is believed to bring happiness and stability to a new home. This name kills me. Wilberforce was a black and white cat that worked as a mouser. He served in the office of 4 British prime ministers, including Margaret Thatcher, who reportedly once brought him back a tin of sardines from Russia.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't write them. I just read them.
I know. Just makes one wonder, like what the difference is between, like a British sardine and a Russian one or an American one. I don't know.
Well, maybe that's where the whole idea of sardines in the can like that or whatever were invented. Who knows?
Yeah, I don't know.
I thought it was Tyson Foods. One of them to here did that.
I don't know where. I've never had a sardine in my life. Don't plan on it. Don't do anchovies either. In fact,
I've had sardines when I was younger. I wouldn't do it now.
I don't care for fish.
Well, I couldn't do it
two ways.
Anyway.
Canned tuna in water, and Fisher Boy and Fisher Boy brand only fish sticks. That's it. That's all the fish you're gonna get into me. Aside from the fake crab, which is like tilapia or something, but it's not fishy fish. And if I crack open a can of tuna and I find a bone, I'm done.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a texture thing.
Mm-hmm.
Sharna says, I will take all you showed plus the orange and yellow so that it's a total of 6 sets, if that's okay with you. Then she says, how much do you charge for the butterflies?
You haven't even seen the butterfly yet. You're only going to be this big. Let me make one.
I knew that was coming.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. And what I will do, Sharna. Now the yellow is going to be a bigger. It's not going to be small. What I'll do for you, Shauna, is
Exactly, never.
Off the rest, so it'll be 64 for the 6 sets.
My dad swore up and down he loved them. But then when he opened them, he about gagged on them, and I was like, apparently you don't like them as much as you thought you did. I just raised an eyebrow at him and walked away. Because they stunk. One day he got a wild hair and he was going to show us women how to make fried potatoes. When he got done with them, they were black from being burnt and drowned in pepper to the point that they were impalatable. And, this is the best way to eat them. Then he took a bite of them.
Yeah.
And he said, I don't know what went wrong. And I said, well, scorching them for one. Mr. Pro Potato Cooker, yeah, you get to eat them and you get to clean up after yourself because, yeah, phew, turn the fan on, will you? Again, raised an eyebrow and walked away. Dad was something else, but he had great comic relief.
Yeah, I'd say.
it says, "You do great work, so I know it will be beautiful and I'll love it." AKA the butterfly. So I'm guessing as soon as you get those made, she's probably going to want a few of them.
Mhm. But this one matches none of the other laces, so if she's looking for that, then that's different. And then of course the 30 weight lace, 30 weight yarn rather than the 10 weight yarn that I'm working with right now. Of course they'll be much tinier, just like the doilies themselves.
Yeah, but if she's a crafter, that's just a nice stash builder of a variety of sizes that you have available to use. You know, they don't have to match the doilies, but y'all can work that out. But I'm just saying, go try and talk yourself out of a sale, woman. We all know you do excellent crochet, so quit doubting yourself.
I just do what I do. People like it, it's even better.
I know, but I've seen you do this before. I'm just saying, stop it. Hello, Chris Kaloo. Welcome.
Hi, Chris. How are you today?
Hopefully I pronounced that right. I have a tendency to murder names, so.
Clue. Like have a clue.
Cool.
Do you know Chris?
No, I don't think
You should
so.
know Chris.
I don't know. Maybe I do. I don't know.
You should know Chris. So make sure you know Chris.
I know a Chris Shuck, but I know other Chris's. I don't recall last names, or if they have a last name on their name. You know. My brain's not very namey today. My dad, 3 of my grandkids, and myself eat sardines.
Awesome artist.
We all are together. We sit at a table and we're having a picnic. And I'm betting everybody that doesn't like sardines clears the area. That's a lot of cans of sardines getting opened. Is the yellow you're working on easier to work with than the other yellow?
Same thing. The same exact thread thickness. So it's going to be, I make it, it'll be the largest size, not the small size.
There you go. It don't matter. Sharna, in regard to the sardines, she says, "Yeah, they tell us we're sick." I love cats, but I'm not a cat. I'm not going to take a whole fish and chunk it down my throat. No. Bad enough running onto a bone. If it wiggled, wouldn't happen. I like my protein well cooked, except for a steak. Apparently, Ashley got a chuckle out of that. know, even my cats don't care for a lot of fish. Actually, too much fish for a cat can cause digestive issues. Not to mention metal poisoning. Jarna says, I don't know anything about crocheting and sizes of threads. I just like to watch things being made. It all amazes me. I hear you, girl. I can't crochet. My distance into anything even remotely crochet, I have managed the Afghan stitch years ago, but I haven't done it in a long time. But it's just like super simple. It's just like French knot, hooking into French knot, hooking into French knot, you know. That one's kind of a no-brainer. But yeah, that's it. Now, I ventured out last night, went to Walmart with Sis when she was doing grocery shopping.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I wanted to get a pad of watercolor paper and some of those composition books that are used for junk journaling. I've got like a couple of sketch pads, but I didn't have anything watercolor to really, you know, go to town playing with paint and all that. So I wanted something that could hold up, because I know cardstock is pretty limited before it starts to break down. So I got one of those. I was pricing them. There was one that was like 10 sheets and it was like $8. And there was one just right below it that was 50 sheets for $10. And I was like, yeah, buddy. And it's very nice, heavy, 140-pound weight.
That's good. That's a good one.
You know, it's not chintzy at all. But yeah, you got 40 more sheets for $2. Yeah, buddy. I'm in. But yeah, it's very nice paper, or whatever you call that. But because it's like textured killer cardstock. But yeah, I liked the feel of it better than I did the one that was 10 sheets for like $8. And then the composition books, you know, they had all these different colored covers, and they had 3 different sizes. I got some of each size, but the old school black and white modeled cover were on clearance.
Are they sewn?
Huh?
Were they sewn or glued?
I don't know. The composition books, I didn't look that close. I figured if it needed sewed, I could sew it.
Yeah, but if it's sewn, that means that's a continuous page. If it's glued, they're individual pages, and
yeah, they're fold over. Each page is folded over to create 2 pages in the book.
Okay, and then there's a sew seam down the middle of.
Yeah. I made sure of that. I made sure that they weren't like down on the edge.
Yeah, because if they're glued in there, then that's good just for doing sketch, you know, light stuff.
Yeah, they're not going to hold up to the bulk of what you're going to be adding to it. Yeah, I figured that out. That was just a logistical thing. I just made sure they were fold over pages, so I assume they're sewn, because they're not, you know, individual pages that end and are bound with a glue binding. Yeah, I looked for that. I assume it's sewed under there. For a fold over page, you would not have to have something there. But yeah, the ones that were the, you know, they had all these pretty colored covers, and they wanted a fortune for those. And the plain old black and white model cover, the classic cover, was on clearance.
Oh,
for like
really?
50 cents a piece for the big
What?
ones. Yeah, it was the big ones.
I'm gonna have to head to Walmart.
And the minis, they were like 3 in a bundle for, it was like a
Well,
$1.25.
these I discovered after I got them. These are glued, not sewed. The
Huh.
mini composition books. Now, this style by Pen and Gear, that's
Yeah, that's what I
sewed.
got. Yeah, those are the ones that I got. They had
Yeah,
2
those
different.
are the sewed ones, and they had the 5x7s. I don't know
Yeah,
if they had any bigger ones, but those are the two that I saw.
I got the little Pen and Gears, and then I got a middle size Pen and Gear, and then I got the full size. Let me go grab them. I'll give you dimensions. That, and I can double check, make sure that they are sewn. Right back. And of course, I had help. Little man decided he needed to check on me and make sure. I guess I did face plant when I bent over to get him out of the bottom drawer. I don't know. He's a good boy. Okay. Well, these, after you take them out of the package, aren't, they don't have like a label on them, so let me measure them. The only thing I don't like about the middle-sized ones is they have a vinyl cover.
It don't matter. Good enough glue, you can cover it with anything you want.
Yeah, I figured. I got me some clear tacky.
Yep.
Because my white, you know, the white tacky glue.
Aileen?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My white tacky glue's probably dried up. I haven't looked at it in a while. Yeah, the mediums are 5x7.
Mm-hmm.
The smalls are 4.5 by 3.25. They're the Pen and Gear, like you showed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the big ones that I got are Pen and Gear as well.
Good. Okay. I think they're all sewed then.
And yeah, they are sewn. You can see the stitches if you go to the middle. Six.
So there's a tip, guys. If you're thinking about doing journaling, be sure you buy books that have sewn pages when you're buying these new books. Now, if you want to take a chance and do old books, more than likely that's all glued. It could be all glued up to a certain point, and then they all will be sewn up before that.
9 3/4 by 8.5 is the large.
Oh, that's not too bad. I have to look.
And it's
'Cause I
college
didn't see
rule, so if I
anything
do
bigger
want to
than
write in it, I don't have to
5 by
write like a
6.
5-year-old trying to fill in great big wide lines. I hate those wide lines. These are all college rolled. But yeah, the big ones, they were on clearance for 50 cents. The model black and white cover, which I didn't think it mattered on the cover anyways, because, you know, you're going to like cover it. You're going to cover the cover. But yeah, they are all sewn. I see the stitches, so I'm good. Yeah, I seen some that had a glued binding, and I was like, I don't know about that. Because I know even a glued spine, if you use a thick bookmark, can start breaking it down. Didn't want that to happen because I'm going to be loading the puppy up. Sean is asking if you have any lime green thread. And she says, when my mother-in-law was with us, I would sit beside her and just watch. You'd think I would have learned something, but nope, not a thing. I hear you. I have sat and observed and learned a lot of things, but that was not one of them. It just wasn't. I've had several people try to teach me how to crochet. Right-handers, left-handers, sitting across from them, sitting beside them. It don't matter.
Give me a moment, I'll be back.
Okay. AKA she's going to dig in her stash. But I'm not the only person that likes lime green. Especially when you blend it with, you know, purple. It's a very witchy color combination, and I love it. But no, you can put it in a spring element, and it's just a nice pop of spring color. But add it with black, and
Okay.
Halloween.
I should have enough on here. Solid? Or do you want variegated, all different shades of green?
Hold them up close so she can see them, hun.
I'm getting there, hold on.
Okay.
No, the closer I get, the color.
Yeah, she's got that nice spring lime green, and then she's got a variegated green that's kind of all shades of green, from light to kind of a deeper medium tone. It doesn't go dark.
Almost like a grass, almost grass green, but not quite as deep as a grass, but close.
It's like
almost
a light,
approaching.
more like a, yeah, it's like a light grass green to maybe a Kelly green.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good.
I know my colors.
No, you didn't interrupt. Right, let me make myself big. That would help too.
Yeah. So the solid's kind of a bright, and the variegated is
Well, this
soft.
color is.
Just the solid
This
one.
color is in here.
Yeah, but it's not as
It's just a part of
in
the
your face because it's blended. Yeah, she likes the solid.
solid.
Could you make a set with that? I would think so. And Nipper likes the variegated.
Mm-hmm. Actually, are you going to be doing anything? Are you working up to that point?
I'm just sitting here doing a puzzle. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna be up.
Okay.
And yeah, my brain is tired after trekking through Walmart last night and wrestling around all their pallets and blah blah blah. So I just don't have a lot of brain going on to do much of anything. One of those mornings. I've been up since about 11 last night. Or no, it was the night before. I honestly don't remember at this point. Yeah, a few hours ago I was doing bookwork and sorting receipts and all that. Right now, yeah, I'm doing good just to sit here and put a puzzle, do a fill-in puzzle. It's one of those mornings that your brain is fatigued, but it doesn't want to shut up.
Mm-hmm.
What? Come on up, Sable. There you go. Good girl. Yeah, you might as well keep yourself big so they can watch you stitch. What? Yeah, I know. You heard me talking about didn't know how long I was going to be up. She's over here like, are we going to bed? Are we going to bed? Are we going to bed? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Mm-hmm.
Even though she's been bombed down on the sofa here next to me all night long. I don't think it's going to be too much longer, and she's going to have the butterfly done. Come on, do you want to smell my chapstick for the 1000th time?
More over here.
She just sits there and looks at me like, why are you putting that on?
Or you woke up, not. What'd you do? Get thirsty or something? No, I just want to come bother you.
if you could do the green, I'll take it along with the others. I'd also take a yellow, burnt orange, and lime green butterfly. It doesn't matter if they're different sizes, and that yellow, you're different sizes, and that yellow you're working with. So add to her list.
Okay, so yellow, burnt orange,
and lime green.
and lime green. It
It
doesn't matter
if they're different sizes,
right at this moment.
and that yellow you're working with. So,
Girlfriend, really? You can't be doing this. Come on. Keep going. Get your butt out of the camera.
not the first kitty butt that I've seen. Is that right? Yeah. She's lounging on my thigh. Yeah. Finally, my phone is charged. I can unplug it.
You need to stop going back and forth. Seriously.
Kind of ran it down. Texting back and forth at Walmart last night with Sis. Because we were on opposite sides of the store.
Yeah.
And then met up in grocery kind of deal. Because she was getting kitty litter and what have you. And I wafted through craft department and then, into office supplies so that I could get the composition books and get the watercolor paper pad. And I also picked up one of the mini stacks of the 12 by 12 papers. They had they're beautiful, just swirls of color. I really liked that pad, so I splurged and spent $6 on it because I could see myself using those pages for a lot of things. It's not quite tie-dye, but I like blended colors like that are just a good background and not super busy. I have a couple of toys that are either plug-in or battery powered. One of them is a laser light thing, and it's like this tower, and it spins it around and randomly, with the light. And the other is like a round mat, and underneath of it, this thing spins around, popping out from under the edge of the mat, and they can chase after it. They love playing with those, and it burns energy with kittens. I have 3 one-year-olds in the house right now, and they're still full of it. We got home last night and got groceries put away, and then we made burgers with sauteed onions and what have you for supper at like midnight. And then while we were up doing that, Miles got the zoomies, and he was just ripping through the house, just running, run. Hello, Kim. Getting pulled Cam's in the house.
Hi, Cam. Okay. Obviously, it won't have a string hanging there. That's the butterfly.
There you go, Sharna. Very nicely done.
And I'll do...
Rounds with a mouse inside, the tail keeps coming out, and they try to catch it. Cool. Yeah, even our cats are getting electronically interactive babysitting. Kids are getting handed tablets, and yeah, the cats get.
I'll do these for 4.
So $4 a piece on the butterfly, Sharna. Sounds like a deal to me.
Okay.
And you got to sit here and watch her make them, because yeah, she'll probably be doing the others during the lives as well.
Yellow, burnt orange,
and lime green.
Lime green. Can't even read my own writing.
And then she wants a set of the lime green.
Yeah.
The other.
Doily.
Yeah. She says, sounds good. Thank you. Thumbs up.
I'll email you, honey.
You keep going at this rate, you're going to have to get more crochet thread.
No.
I knew you were going to go there. I knew it.
I got plenty. I got like an extra large, like moving box that's overflowing.
Oh.
Plus.
Yeah. You're like me. You catch a deal on a lot, you nab it. Whatever it may be. If it's something you use a lot of, you go there. Yeah, I have a, it's about an 8-foot wall with a medium-sized tote. The totes line the wall, 3 high, sometimes 4, of nothing but fabric, 2 rows, plus 2 large totes that are like interfacings and quilt batting and polyfill and all of that stuffed into those big bathtub sized totes. And very little of that fabric I have bought in a fabric store. Most of it is harvested from clothing or was a rolled bundle of used fabric or a box full of used fabric or whatever. About the only that I buy new is the occasional fat quarter, because it has a theme or a scale of motif that suits something I'm working on. And then I bought quite a bit from Pam and Josie when they were having their fabric sales.
Oh yeah.
The charm squares, the strips, some of the pre-cuts. I didn't have much aside from fat quarters and pre-cuts. And it's not all quilting fabric. Part of it is synthetics. I have a large tote full of nothing but straps, and I have another large tote full of nothing but craft panels, because
Okay.
I collect craft panels.
I'm gonna
Anything
take
usable.
a 5. I'll be right back.
Okay, hon. Yeah, any motifs in quill panels that I can use, or fabric panels. You know, because I love motifs, and I'm not big on patchwork. I do some patchwork, but just to do a full nothing but patchwork quilt, probably not going to happen. Aside from crazy quilts, I am obsessed with crazy quilts. I love that shabby chic / Victorian vibe of crazy quilts. But yeah, I love applique too. I mean, I love the look of the patchwork quilt, but cutting all those little pieces and then putting it all together and is monotonous to me. And I love tedious crafts, but that's monotonous to me. So I do minimal patchwork. I do have remnant antique patchwork quilt pieces that I've gotten to work with in mixed media. I have one full, complete, usable, queen size antique quilt or vintage quilt. I'm not quite sure. I think probably vintage. That was gifted to my father as a thank you because he was the historian for his grade school and the alumni group or whatever that they had. We found buried in basements of local schools all the trophies, the little, I don't know, the long triangular pennant banners things that they had back in the day, stuff like that. Mind you, this was back in the 90s, mid to late 90s. He was going to the courthouse, he was going to the library, and wherever that he could get documents to put together the history of the grade school. And then he restored the trophies because some of them were busted and what have you. And then any banners, anything like that that we found, you know, basically I cash flowed for him to do all that stuff. Going and printing off all the documents and all those things to put the historic books together. The materials needed to restore the trophies, the dry cleaning of all of the soft line, the banners and whatever that he was able to find. I would just, you know, hand him a $50 bill and tell him, let me know when it runs out, kind of thing. And that kept him busy and it kept his mind engaged. He passed away in 2003 and he did this up until he passed away, and it gave him purpose. And you know, I provided funds up until I had to quit working to care for him in 2001. You know, and I cared for him, you know, for the last couple of years of his life there pretty intensely. But it gave him something to do. He couldn't do the woodworking anymore because we couldn't trust him around the equipment. He passed out in front of a bandsaw one day. Things like that. So suddenly the craft room got cluttered, he couldn't really get in there, and that was purpose. We did that on purpose to keep him safe. Tactful maneuvers, basically. Hello, Pam. Welcome. Good morning.
Hey, Pam, you're home.
But all of the work that he did with his hello, Kim. She says knock knock. All of the work that he did, everything that was restored, all of the history that he put together and everything and stuff, they created a permanent display at the Historical Museum Annex here in town. And it was gifted over to the museum. And if they have any problems with anything or anything like that, I'm their call person. They've never called me about anything, so I don't think it's a problem, but they now have a permanent history on a school that the building is still there. It's now a church. And they now have that because of his efforts. But he was gifted that quilt from the alumni as a thank you for the work that he did. Oh, Kim popped out, or Stacey popped out. You know, and he was able to gift that stuff to them while he was alive. So when he was done and he had gotten all the history that he could and put it together and organized it and everything, he says, I don't know what to do with this. And I said, Dad, call the museum and talk to them. Chances are they would love to have a display for that historic school, because that school goes back to the early 1900s. They would love to have that history. They would love to have that display that you have. You know, call them and talk to them. Chances are they would gladly accept it, and they did with fervor. So he was able to do that and gift that to the community that he grew up in, because Dad was born and raised here too. So was my mom, even though my mom, she grew up traveling, because her dad, he worked, I don't know if he was construction or, you know, like, I don't know what the terminology would be. He was a top dog in the construction of like the Hoover Dam and the Brooklyn Bridge and all these big things that was done during the Hoover administration back in the day. So they traveled a lot, but they just happened to be wafting through here when Grandma popped and Mom was born. So what's funny is years later, okay, Stace, just let me know. I guess, you know, if I'm talking to myself, then she might have to restart a new stream, guys. So bear with her. Something glitchy happened. If you're going to start, oh, there you are. Yeah, I was going to say, if you were going to have to start a new stream, just put the link in the chat.
Okay. You can hear me okay, right?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Oof.
Switches, though, so they can see you work again.
I know. I'm working on it.
Okay. But no, years later, as Mom's last child, the same doctor that delivered her delivered me. And he cared for me until I was preteen, and then he retired. Because, yeah, when he delivered me, he was an old fart. And when he retired, he was a really old fart. It was kind of cool. And thank you for the condolences, Sharna. It
Hello,
made me.
everybody.
Hello, everyone. It made
Hi,
my.
Thank
Willow.
you for letting me
Hi.
have you to relax.
Everyone. I was listening to you tell the story, Willow, and you know it's funny. My dad used to say that old fart all the time. Oh yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that's I grew up with that phrase, so that's pretty common around here. Sis and I call each other old farts all the time.
Hey, Stacey, thanks for letting me relax yesterday. But last night I had also went to that theater with my friend. I went to go see if you guys can see the mug, the Revenge.
Revengers.
Yeah, the
Oh,
Revengers.
wow.
Cool.
Yesterday with her. Where are you going, boy?
Now, it made my life challenging being a caregiver for over 30 years of my life, but I wouldn't trade it. I had that time with them. You know, Dad and I didn't always get along, but we loved each other. And we learned that not everybody has to think like him.
Come on.
We have our own minds. I had to teach
Eva,
him.
say hello to Romero.
Hello, Romero. Romero. Pretty boy.
There's
Yeah.
Romero.
Hi, Romero. Oh, you're being such a good boy, Romero.
Yes, he is.
Just loves getting petted and cuddled.
Oh, yeah, he does. Yes, he does. What? You love Mama? Oh, I know what you want. Okay, come on, sit down. Come on, sit down for a minute.
I'm sorry to hear that, Kim. Kim P.
Remember, bed.
My dad was sick for a very long time. He had his first heart attack when I was 11.
Remember, bed. Please.
And
Wait.
Mom, she was always a little codependent because she was legally deaf.
Oh,
Oh, goodness.
Yeah,
But,
unfortunately, I know a lot about medical stuff.
yeah, me too. I learned a lot over the years.
Through various reasons.
Yeah, plantar's fasciitis. Yeah,
I
I know
have
what
that.
that is. My sister has that.
Yeah.
Ooh, you okay?
he had to get up on a chair to be with Mama.
Yeah, I think Romero was having a Captain Fumble Nuts moment.
Oh, well, happens.
He has to be with Mama.
They rent scooters and bring it right to your hotel. Oh, that's interesting.
Come on, Romero. He had to be
Yeah,
with Mama.
there's a line of scooters outside of a coffee shop down here on Commercial Street, our old main street, which just happens to be running right out in front of the university. You know, the main entrance of our local university. You cross the street, you're going down Main Street, the old school Main Street. But yeah, they've got scooters lined up outside of a coffee shop. I'm assuming they're rentals. I wouldn't.
Yeah, they're rentals.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got them over here too, in Tucson area.
I think
Well,
he means mobility.
Yeah, mobility scooters, probably, yeah.
I
Had to
see
rent a
scooters
scooter
yesterday.
for a stamp convention in August. Have you heard of a place called Cloud of Goods? They rent scooters, bring them right to your hotel. Interesting. Yeah, they finally got new ones at Walmart. It was nice. I got one of the new ones, and it was so nice that it worked. It wouldn't stop dead in the middle of an aisle as you were going, so you got a little jerked, from it just stopping.
Get down.
And then there was two of them that had like flat spots on the wheels. So going through the store, it's thump, 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 and that just vibrates my body. Oh God, miserable. I'm so glad that they finally replaced them.
Come on, lady. Stop pushing my stuff.
It only took them about 10 years.
He's right here, Romero, on a chair, sitting.
Storm is being a supervisor this morning.
So was Romero. Because he got mad at me yesterday because he didn't want me to leave, but I had plans ready. I had already had that plan all up, made up, ready to go. Edie ate his dinner yesterday. He got mad at that's how bad he was at my mom.
Yeah, Nipper, unfortunately, plantar fasciitis is a chronic condition.
Yeah.
Therapy can help.
You can use a tennis ball. I have it. If you have a tennis ball, you can put it on the bottom of, I have a high arch. Take a tennis ball and roll it on the bottom of your foot.
In other words, when you're like sitting in a chair, put it under your foot and
Yeah.
just roll it back and forth. Try that. Anything.
For me, because of my high arch and narrow foot, I have to wear shoes that are supportive. I can no longer wear like a flat sandal or a flat dress shoe or high heels. All those years of wearing flat dress shoes is not good on your arch.
I've mostly wore sneakers.
Mm-hmm.
I have issues, but I don't have plantar fasciitis. I had a high arch. My arch is starting to fail because of the degeneration of the joints. But
Yeah.
most of my foot pain is neuropathy setting in at this point. It's
Mhm.
not. It's not. Any of that stuff.
Pretty bad neuropathy in my feet.
I don't have it really bad yet, but it's moving in. But the main thing with my feet is both of my pinky toes are black. And one of them got skinned. I was putting a door stop back on that some construction people and their clumsy bumbling feet busted off. I had to drill completely through the door because, it's a trailer, it's a foam core door. Held up just fine until they got a hold of it. But I had to go clear through and bolt it in place. And while I was drilling for that, my drill slipped and hit me in the upper ball of my foot and then slid across and skinned the bottom of my worst pinky toe.
Ouch.
But thankfully it's healing. I've been very, very careful tending it and what have you. Nipper says I broke this foot about 7 years ago and it's pretty damaged now. Yeah. I have had at least a half a dozen severe sprains on both feet at some point growing up. And my ankle on my right foot probably needs replaced, but I can't get joint replacement, so it gets funky and I have to brace it, pop it back into position and then brace it for a few days with like an ACE bandage so that it stabilizes and the inflammation goes down that's forcing it to pop out of joint. And sometimes I have to tape it up, to be able to stay upright, Yeah, I'm not that old, Nipper. I'm 53. And at present, at least 7 joints need replaced, and I can't have joint replacement. My spine needs fused. That can't be done. And that's just the bone issues. I've got a laundry list of medical going on. Oh, and my spine is starting to curve. So, developing a curvature in my spine.
Stacey, what internet service do you have?
Xfinity.
Well, right now my internet is out. And it started doing that yesterday.
Have you tried rebooting your
I
modem?
already did that. Well, I
Okay.
just shut it off completely right now. So it started yesterday, and I think my neighbors behind me are using too much of my.
Things and talk at the same time sometimes.
Frustrating.
I'm gonna have to tell my neighbors not to use it anymore because I can't use it.
Yeah.
If they do.
You're the one paying for it. You need them off of it.
Yep.
Which basically means you're probably gonna have to get a new modem so that they don't have the codes for it anymore.
No, I could just what I do. I just change my password. They don't have
Yeah.
it.
Well, you'll just have to do that.
Yep.
They're sucking all your bandwidth, and yeah, there's no sense in you having it if you can't use it.
Yep. And right now it's shut off right now. So further notice.
It is what it is, Nipper. I've never been a particularly healthy person. I mean, I had.
Nipper is Donna, just to let you know.
Pardon?
Nipper's name is Donna, just to let you know.
Oh. I'll try to remember that, but yeah,
I know. I'm just saying.
chances are minimal. I'm just letting them know. But hello, Donna.
My friend's gonna say, "What's wrong with the internet? I'm not letting you guys use it anymore." So
You just have to tell them that they're pulling too much bandwidth.
Tell them you don't want to get in trouble. Tell them you don't want to get in trouble.
that's what I'm gonna have to do.
I'm just telling
That's
you
how to
can't
take
use it
care
because
of
they're.
yourself.
You'll figure it out, dear.
I know. This is the person that takes me to and from Mexico, though, and she does a lot for me. That's why, but I can't do
Oh, yeah.
this. This is gonna be hard for me to do it, but I got to do what I got to do.
Well, you just have to explain to her that, you can't get on. It's pulling too much bandwidth.
Yep. So I'm on my regular Wi-Fi now on my phone.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about taking care of your parents before.
Mm-hmm.
My sister and I think I talked about that right now. We're in the process of making future plans because my mom's health is,
Deteriorating.
yeah, and we're going to be meeting with somebody from the county about what other services they can provide her with. And then we're also looking into assisted living and all that because my sister and I can't physically take care of her. I would love to be able to take care of my mom, but
Yeah.
I can't physically do it. And she has her back is in bad condition. And we just
Yeah.
found out that her knee replacement that she had done about 20 years ago
Is failing.
Is failing. It's slipped out they gave her a brace to wear. So yeah, anyhow, we're doing the step-by-step things. We're trying to help her as much as possible.
Yeah.
We couldn't do it either, PM. Or
Yeah, I
Linda.
couldn't take care of my mom after her stroke. She had to go into a rehab. And I worked with her team so that
Yeah.
they would know exactly where she needed to be for me to be able to care for her at home as a disabled person myself. And
Uh-huh.
she was almost there. Week and a half, 2 weeks, and she would have been able to come home and meet, you know, the limits, you know, be able to do what she needed to do that I wouldn't be able to help her with physically because of my health. And
Yeah.
yeah, she was almost there. And I think the valve, she had a pig valve replacement in her heart, and I think it failed pretty acutely, and that's what ultimately took her.
Yeah.
It just went, and she was back flowing. You know, they were struggling to try to figure it out. They were doing everything they could, trying to stabilize her. Anytime anything was wonky in her body, she would go into a dementia state. She had sensory deprivation. She was born legally deaf, and she was going blind. And anytime, anesthesia, anything, she'd go off into a bubble.
Yeah.
And I'd have to pull her back. I couldn't pull her back that time. And I consulted with her care team, her doctors and everything. They knew that I was her caregiver and advocate, and they knew that I was totally aware of the medical going on and all of that, you know, and I was able to, I mean, they would literally do a phone conference with me. They'd set up phone conferences to consult with me because I knew everything about her medical. I documented everything. If they needed to know when was this done, I could give an exact date and the facility and the doctor that did it and everything, because I documented everything when I was caregiving for them. And you know, so they knew they could call me at 2:00 in the morning. She's kind of freaking out about this, and you know, what can we do to calm her down, or do you need to get on the phone with her? You know, we'll take a phone to her. I told him, I said, taking a phone to her doesn't really do any good because she can't hear on it.
Yeah, you know, nowadays I have an aunt that she's passed away now, but she was born legally deaf too.
Mm-hmm.
And oops, okay. Sorry about that. I got distracted by something on the computer.
You're fine. Squirrel.
Yeah, nowadays they have interpreters by law that they have to, you know, provide. And my mom used to interpret for my aunt all the time. And she was really involved with the deaf community, but anytime she had to be transported, you know, to a facility, that had to be communicated because, you know, it's come a long way since then, you know, since years ago.
The thing with my mom is she read lips. I took sign in school. I learned it to teach it to her.
Sure.
And she was receptive to the idea, but then when it came time to learn it, she didn't want to commit. You know, she just wanted me around to, you know, repeat things that people said that she couldn't read their lips, you know, mostly foreign, you know. You have a lot of foreign doctors and they move their mouth differently. She couldn't interpret. So they would talk to me and then I would repeat it to her and she would read my lips. But issues would arise, you know, and they'd call me. Or she'd call me.
Rana, what that is they don't want to leave their home. They don't want to leave what's familiar.
Well, they don't want change, you know. Who does?
And yeah, most of the time that is the case where they, after a little bit, they get it, you know.
with her, after her stroke, a lot of people couldn't understand her when she spoke. And even though, she was in hospital and then rehab, so I wasn't there 24/7, I adapted to that very quickly. And yeah, sometimes they couldn't understand her, and they would just have her, say what she needed to say to me on the phone, and then I could repeat it to them, what she was saying.
Yeah.
And it was just those types of frustrations for her that was the hardest thing. She knew that it was temporary. She knew that she'd be able to come home if she put in the work and got rehabilitated to the point that I could care for her. She understood why she was there. But I think with the stroke, there was some mental blocks, and she would lose track of that and kind of go into the emotional quagmire kind of thing, and I'd have to bring her back online, with why she was there, and that it was only temporary, and that as long as you put in the work, to get to where you could come home, you'd come home. It was just getting you rehabilitated to the point of being able to do these things for yourself that I can't help you with, like, transitions from chair to toilet or chair to bed or whatever. I couldn't lift her. Mom was a big girl. I couldn't lift her. And my spine even then had degenerated, the discs and different things, and joints and stuff, to where even lifting Dad was a challenge. And he had lost a substantial amount of weight, but even skinny as he was when he passed, basically not emaciated but close, he was 180 pounds.
Yeah, I get
He was
that,
a big boned. He was a tall, big boned man. He wasn't no 6-footer. He was like 5'10", 5'11", but he was just a big boned man, and so there was a lot of weight there. But it's a challenge to set aside the emotion and deal with the business and deal with the emotion privately later. Having to learn to compartmentalize your emotions like that to be able to be a effective caregiver advocate is a challenge. It really is. I got shotgun training with Dad's first heart attack when I was 11 years old, and had to interpret for Mom and keep things together. She also couldn't navigate the town or city that Dad was sent to for the VA facilities. So I couldn't drive. I was too young. So I had to, turn here, turn there to get home, or get to the store that we would go to, or get to, we're going to stop at McDonald's for a burger on the way back to the house, whatever, or back to the hotel or whatever. Get her to the hotel. She could not navigate the city. And I was familiar with it because I had been going, for some time with Dad to his appointments and things like that at VA. So
there wasn't the same kind of understanding for hearing impaired people back then,
No, there wasn't.
They got a lot of, my aunt went to a deaf school, but her parents didn't really know she was deaf until I think they discovered it when she was 2 or 3 or something like that. And, then she was, able to, I don't know how they got her in there, but she went to a deaf school in Delavan, Wisconsin, and, things were different back then.
Well, when people would go deaf and blind back in the days of, prairie towns and stuff like that, they'd just ship you
Yeah.
off and leave you there and not have contact with you for like the first month. Much like therapy places are now, rehabs and stuff,
Yeah.
for addiction and what have you. There's no communication
Uh-huh.
for a set number of weeks. And that's because of the transitional time where they're going to have conniption fits and they're going to have tantrums and they're going to, to get them past that and learning to function. And mom never had that, and I mean, I pretty much started becoming her interpreter when I was about 3 or 4. She had a hearing aid. It was the old school style, the metal box that was pinned inside your bodice.
Oh, wow.
I still have it,
Okay.
actually. I still have that hearing aid. But it quit, and they couldn't afford to replace it until, I don't know, I was probably about, gosh, I really don't remember.
I'm definitely telling my neighbors I can't use it. I'm definitely.
Yeah.
It's screwing up with my phone now. I hate to say
Harness.
this, but
Just do what you got to do, honey. Darna says, we put my father-in-law in assisted living several years ago. At first he hated it, but now he loves it. Says we fought with my brother-in-law and sister-in-law about it because we didn't think he needed it, but after a while we could see it was for the best and gave a relief to us because he lived next to us. And we took care of him. Hold on, I gotta get rid of a notification that's blocking the rest of my chat. It says now we take him out shopping or out to eat, and he's anxious to get back. That's called homing pigeon syndrome. When you take them out of the house and, try to get them out to shop or eat, and yeah, they just want to get back. They want to get back. I suffered that a few times as a caregiver, where, I'd leave the house to go take care of things and anxiety to get back. And, I just had to overcome it kind of thing.
Well, my mom is to the point now where she doesn't really like to go out anywhere because it's hard on her.
Yeah.
Even the doctor's appointments are getting hard. And yeah.
It reaches a point where you just have to scale back the appointments. You just have to tell them we need to minimize because, it's becoming too much. I've actually minimized.
That's what my sister and I have been discussing last week, which ones are most important, like her annual eye exam. She just had her eye exam and she's had her cataracts all repaired and all that stuff. And so, take care of the major appointments and
the peripheral stuff, you reach a point where you kind of have a pretty good idea of what of their many ailments is going to be their demise, and you use that knowledge and focus in on certain appointment things to help maintain quality of life. It's like a transition towards the whole hospice concept. It's not full there, but it's kind of the halfway house kind of transition.
Well,
heading in that direction.
It's the same with my mom. It's the same way with my mom. She didn't want to go to no assisted living or anything like that.
Yeah.
She wanted to stay in where she's used to.
Yeah, my dad was the same way.
Me and my sisters were talking, and I said, you know what, we need do something because mom is not gonna. I can't take care of her. She was over 200 pounds.
Yeah.
My other two sisters couldn't take care of her, and so yeah, I told my sisters. I was between me and my sister Tammy were the ones that were more in charge of her because Gina was too busy with her life. So
Yeah.
but I told Tammy, I said, Tammy, I'm gonna look for assisted living or a caregiving place over here
Yeah.
and get or in Mesa, wherever she wanted to go. And she was able to talk to me at the time. And I told her, I said, okay, mom, I found a place in Mesa that will take you, but you had to not have a lot of stuff. She's like, what do you mean? I said, because they don't give you a lot of room. She's like, I want an apartment. I'm like, no, you can't have an apartment. You got to be in a place where they can take care of you.
Yeah.
So I know how. All what you're saying about your mom is the same way it's mine. So I know.
Sharna says it helps her husband know that he's happy and it was the right thing to do. He says that he's as healthy as a horse, hardly any medication. It was more because we couldn't get him to drink. He'd get dehydrated and pass out. It damaged his kidneys because it happens so much. Yeah, that happens. It does. I have an online elderly gentleman that I have modded for several years. He has a lot going on, and he now requires thickener in his liquids, and he refuses to use it. So he keeps getting bacterial infections in his lungs and going back into the hospital. And I don't want to go again. I don't want to have to do that anymore. And I'm like, well, then you have to drink the thickener. And I'm trying to help his daughter, get him to do that. But he doesn't want gelatinous Pepsi or whatever, And I get it, but that's the only thing, because he has a swallow injury or something there. They suspect that he had either a mild stroke or several TIAs, which are the little mini strokes, while he was recovering from the current state of the nation that was going on for some time, and then post pneumonia. They suspect that something happened there because the swallow thing occurred with all of that. And
he lost control of the epiglottis.
Yeah. But my mom went through that as well. She had to do the thickener for some time. They were able to wean her off of it. It was due to her stroke, and she was able to rehab that and get off of the thickener. But she wasn't happy about it either, and I get it.
It's kind of ironic you're talking about, Shana, you mentioned the dehydration. My mom was recently hospitalized for a day because her cardiologist gave her a medication to take the fluid off, and it was too much and she got dehydrated. It was counteracting one of her other medications or something, we think. And she got dehydrated and, passed out. And they did a kidney test on her because that when you get dehydrated like that, of course, it could, I guess it can affect your kidneys. They did a scan. And thankfully that was okay. But it was one of her medications. She just can't take that medication.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens sometimes when they're prescribed medications, and one contraindicates with the other, and they have to pick and choose which is going to be, more pertinent that they need to take, and drop the other one or change it to a different family of medications. that will work for them that won't contraindicate with the other, because they're both needing to be supported. It can be quite challenging. My mom had some kidney stuff. She had a valve in one of her kidneys collapse, and it was causing her blood pressure to be all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
And they had to put ultimately 2 stents in 2 different valves, because when the one went down, another followed shortly thereafter. So she had stents in one of her kidneys, which wasn't that big of a deal. But when she had the stents put in, or no, it was when she had open heart surgery, because she had bypass and then that valve replacement. She developed a pocket of fluid behind her heart in a dead space.
Mm-hmm.
They have to basically stick a needle into your back and vacuum it out with a syringe. And it's very painful. It's much like the same pain as reinflating a lung when you're conscious. And I told her ahead of time, it's going to hurt. And she said, well, I'm not real fond of that. And I'm like, yeah, but it's got to be done. Because once that hurt is done, you're going to feel tons better. Because it was compressing on the heart and compressing on the lung, and she's going to end up with a collapsed lung or a damaged heart muscle if it didn't go. And, she wasn't thrilled about it, but she understood, because I prepared her, because she was going to be conscious for it, sitting up, kind of in the, when you're pregnant, epidural position that they put you in to administer an epidural when you're pregnant, hug a pillow and lean over. So yeah, she says, I about murdered that pillow, but I got her done. Mom wasn't very tolerant to pain, but if she knew ahead of time, then she'd mentally prepare herself.
Yeah, so she was better with it.
Yeah. They were like, it's up to you whether you want to tell her or not. Because I had asked the doctors, I said, this is going to hurt, right? It's kind of going to be the equivalent of inflating a lung. And they were like, yeah, pretty much. That's pretty much the pain. I said, I will prepare her mentally for that, because if I don't, she's not going to hold still. She's not going to, it's going to be a poop emoji show. She says, well, if that's what you think is best, you do what you think is best, because you obviously know her. And so I did. And I told her, I said, cuss like a sailor, do whatever you got to do, but hold still. Just get through it. It's only a few seconds, just get through it. And breathe it out. And she did. If she hadn't have known, though, she would have jumped off the table and been flipping out. So I had to get her in the right mental space for it, just to save the doctors a whole lot of, But yeah, she was not tolerant to pain at all. She's seen me stitch myself up, and she's like holding the flashlight and turning green, and so I got to get done before she hurls on me. But I think being around me, because Dad didn't tolerate pain all that well either. I mean, he did more than Mom, but yeah, he was kind of a wuss too in that regard. And I broke a thumb, taped it to my pointer finger, and went back to work. That kind of thing. It is what it is, and it would just keep going. He never could understand that. I just have a really high tolerance for pain and still be able to function. It doesn't shut me down. And yeah, mom and dad really didn't know what to do with me. I was a different sort than their ilk, and they were kind of astonished about some of the stuff that I would do. I wasn't gonna go to the hospital to get stitched up. I just kept stitching material at home and totally sanitary. I kept it all, on the up and up, and would stitch myself up if I sliced myself open, irrigated, blah blah blah. And they were just like, "You got to be kidding me!" And I'm like, "No." How do you do that without lidocaine? And I'm like, stop and think. Lidocaine doesn't work on me half the time anyways. So I've had some pretty intense procedures done while conscious, and the lidocaine didn't work, and I just cussed my way through it. It's about all you can do. Like, shut the door because the walls are going to rattle and just get her done. And it is what it is. But yeah, I had to mentally prepare mom for that, because yeah, she wasn't fond of that idea at all, but it had to be done. And she asked me, is there any other way that they could do it where it would hurt less? And I'm like, well, they could try lidocaine, but all that's going to do is put more fluid in there. They got to suck back out. And she was like, yeah, no thank you. And I was like, that's what I thought. And mom asked me early on, when it was just beginning, that I was going to have to start caring for her physically, and not just, as an interpreter or helping her help dad. Because I took care of all these medical, I did these appointments, I would do these ER runs, all that stuff, because I had the knowledge. I could rattle it off in the ER, tell them what they needed to know, and step back and let them do their thing. And the emotions of, oh my God, that's my dad, they were compartmentalized before the ambulance even got to the house. I had locked them up, and she couldn't do that. But yeah, they weren't quite sure what to think of me, but they were glad I was there. They couldn't decide what grandparent I inherited this, that, and the other from, and they pretty much came to the conclusion in regards to some stuff, aka pain tolerance, that either I got it from this one grandma or it just was random and wasn't genetic, because they couldn't make sense of it. They were like, what in the world? But it is what it is. It served them well when they needed it, being who I am. But yeah, compartmentalizing emotions, I had to learn that way early on in life. I grew up fast, and the knowledge that I gained from those things in my youth and other experiences throughout life served me well when I had to care for them as intensely as I did, and see a lot of things that you can't unsee, and experience a lot of things that you can't unexperience, and be able to set my emotions aside, deal with the situation, and deal with my emotions later.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy. It's not easy. And trust me, I went through some very intense things, growing up and, throughout life in that regard. But I'm not the only one. Other people do it too. They just hadn't experienced somebody able to do that, thus far in their lives. So it just seemed, extremely weird and rare to them. But, I'd tell them I'm not the only one that's, experience things in life. Everybody does to some degree, some more intense than others. But sometimes they just didn't know what to do with me.
I was there when my dad was in hospice. When he passed away, I knew he was going to go that day. I just knew it. And
Mm-hmm.
My sister, I think, couldn't handle being there watching. She had visited him in and out, but I don't think she could personally handle being there when he passed. And
Yeah.
my mom was getting anxious. She wanted to go home, and I said, Mom, I think you should stay because I think Dad wants you to be here. And, you know, I think he's close. And I was glad I was there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I was there when my dad passed. I seen his last breath. I had a stethoscope to his heart, listening to his pacemaker run its process and then shut down. The whole bit. I was there. With Mom, she was she'd been in the hospital, and I had consulted her team and chose hospice, knowing that, you know, she wasn't long for the world. She was transferred to a hospice. It's basically a rest home that specializes in hospice. It wasn't a hospice facility. We don't have those here, not in this town. And I had been up because of all that was going on with her for about 36 hours. I wanted to go home and just get a couple hours sleep, have a meal, have a shower, and then go back. And I went home, had a meal, had a shower, and had laid down, and I wasn't asleep an hour, and they called and she had passed. Mom waited till we were gone.
Oh, yeah.
And I had a feeling that that was what was going to happen.
Yeah.
Couldn't get Sis to understand that. She's like, oh no, she ain't gonna go that quick. And I'm like, yeah, she is. And she did. Dad, he was holding on. He was in hospice 12 days, which isn't long, but for him and what was going on with him, basically he had a pacemaker. They needed to upgrade the pacemaker and add a defibrillator, and he opted out. When he opted out, because he'd heard all the horror stories from the old farts down at the coffee shop that he'd go, and it was like a diner on Main Street that he would go and hang out with a bunch of cronies, and heard all the horror stories about pacemakers with defibrillators. He opted out. He was scared of it. That automatically put him in hospice, and automatically his heart was failing. It had to be done.
Yeah.
And when he opted out, he basically signed his death certificate that day. But he was in hospice for 12 days. I could tell he was hanging on. And I was sitting at the desk, which was in the living room. Mom was watching TV, and I just suddenly had the urge to turn around and look at her. I turned around, I looked at her, and both of us said, we need to call his daughters. Okay, while he was conscious, he did not want his daughters there. When he went into basically death coma, I knew that they needed to have that option to come and say goodbye to their father. You know, they had kind of disassociated themselves from him, but I wanted them, and I felt that they deserved the option to say goodbye. You know, because whether you like him or not, he's your father, you know. And so Mom and I both we turned. I turned and looked at her. We both said simultaneously, perfect harmony. We need to call his daughters. So I turned right back around, grabbed the address book, and called his daughters. They came and visited, the youngest first, then the oldest a few minutes later, and I had told them, because they don't get along with each other either, that if you happen to both be here at the same time, no bullpucky. That's not what this is about. This is about him. This is about closure for you. That's it. If you start anything, you're going out in cuffs, because I ain't putting up with it. And so they stayed genial, and the youngest came and then left. The oldest came and stayed and visited for a little bit. And it wasn't 15 minutes after the youngest left that he passed. Well, the oldest was in the medical field. So, she was in there with her finger on his pulse, on his wrist, when I had a stethoscope to his heart, when we were confirming. So I'd know to call the hospice nurses in so that they could call it and contact the coroner. And, we didn't have to bring the sisters in and deal with them, but it wasn't about us. It was about him, and it was about their right as his daughters to have the option to say goodbye. In the big scheme of things, it needed to be done. They needed to at least have the option, and they both opted to come. So it was needed for them, obviously. So that's what we did. But my oldest sis left before the coroner came, or the funeral home. Where he was in hospice, a coroner wasn't necessary. A coroner's only necessary if it's an unattended death, if they're not classified as terminal already. But anyways, she had left. They came, and they ask you mundane things like, do you mind if we roll him up in the bedding? Do you want the bedding back? Stuff like that. I'm like, no, it's all good, because I had bought bedding ahead of time for that time, just in case it was needed. Bed pads and all that were in place, and blah blah blah. But ultimately, it was a hospital bed. But there's the mundane aspects of it. I mean, your dad just died. You got to compartmentalize your emotions and deal with, do you want your sheets back or not? It's a very weird time for the mind to process. Hey, Bud Files.
Really?
Thank you.
But,
Really, Merle? Really, Merle? You're right on my leg with one of your paws. Really? Thank you.
Sharna says that the facility that her father-in-law was put in, they allowed them to bring in a raised garden beds and some containers so he could continue his gardening. They just watch him close while he was doing it and make him drink lots.
Wow.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's nice that the facility allowed that to happen, because a lot of them are stuffy and, don't bring more than a suitcase, which I understand, because if you are on Social Security disability, SSI, anything like that, and don't have another insurance that is going to pay for an empty bed, if they go into the hospital and they're going to be there more than 24 hours, you have to take everything out of the room. And they're assigned a new room when they go back, or if they go back. Here, you don't even know if they're going to go back to the same facility. More often than not, they get put in a different facility, because it's all about just a bed that's available. But you have to immediately go and get their stuff and clear the room so they can prepare it, because there's a wait list. So that instability, I find it disgusting, but I see the it's a necessity, but I just don't think it's right on the humane level. All right, Kim. She says I'm going to stay in the chat because it just keeps cutting out.
Oh, okay.
With her phone, she's having issues.
Yeah.
It could be where your phone and your internet are acting up, that it has something to do with a tower or something that is transmitting for you that's malfunctioning, where it's both, because they're kind of two different things. You're on data on one thing and then you're on internet on another.
Yeah, when I'm at the cabin, I have to make sure when I come home that my phone's supposed to automatically connect, but to the internet here, but I always kind of double check it.
Yeah, because you never know when there's going to be a glitch. You're going to be wondering what's going on, so you just train yourself to look.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or I might have bumped a button.
Yeah. I don't know. It's an interesting time in life that we all deal with. Elders passing, caregiving, planning, all that. It is what it is. You can't get away from it. Even if you're just peripheral, you're still going to be affected by it because it's people that raised you or people that influenced you or people, some people are in your life the long term and some people are fleeting but affect you. And you hear that they passed. My oldest sister, just a couple of months ago, I found out she passed via an obituary in the newspaper. I wasn't contacted.
Yeah, I remember that.
I wasn't called.
Yeah.
And I wasn't listed in the obit. So I didn't exist. Whether you're highly affected or mildly affected by that type of stuff, you are affected. And you still have to process it, whether they're still in your life or not. You've got an emotional tie to them because of the time they were in your life. Whether it was good, bad, or in between, you're still affected. And I had to kind of process that one.
Yeah, I have a feeling that's going to be the case with my brothers. I have 5 older brothers.
Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm not going to know when any of them go.
Yeah.
Yep.
But yeah, it was, I don't know. I go check a couple times a month, the obits in the local paper online. And she had already been gone for a couple of weeks when I found out.
My family's not going to be doing no obits.
Yeah, there won't be one on me. I don't want one. I don't want to leave that kind of footprint. I don't want to be buried. Scatter me. I have always said, fry me, put me in a jar, scatter me in a cornfield so everybody around here can eat my patootie.
I'm sorry, I just have to laugh, Cheryl.
You're fine.
Sometimes you're funny. I want to be cremated, and I want to be spread around the rivers that I fish.
Yeah, I thought about that.
And I don't give a darn.
I thought about that, but I thought a cornfield was just a little bit more effective for me.
I said cremate me, and I don't give a darn what you do. I don't care.
Well, I live in crop country. Everywhere there's a field with a crop, pick one. And no, I'll probably end up scattered in the river. Put me in a field isn't sanitary. But
because I like to fish, that's the purpose, and the rivers that I fish.
I love to fish. I just can't swim. But yeah, that's probably where I'll end up. That or just in my sister's closet. Who knows? Um, but it isn't going to matter. I'm not going to be here. I ain't going to care.
Well, I used to not want to be cremated, but I've changed my mind in the last few years.
Well, my
Totally.
folks too. I inherited 4 plots in a cemetery here
Mm-hmm.
because the folks decided not to use them. They paid on them for years early in their marriage. They're in the old part of the main cemetery here in town. Well, the only cemetery here in town. There's some out in the outskirts. You know, I'm part of a line I could be put in a cemetery.
Yeah.
I don't know, probably
I
about
have a plot that could
30
be put in
miles
New York.
southwest of here.
But
I don't want it. I don't want to go on the ground. I don't want to leave a
there's
footprint.
quite a bit of us who are in line for spaces in there, and they can only put forward until stuff decomposes, and then they put another one.
Yeah.
Oh,
stack-
really? Wow.
And yeah, and so A, there may not even be space. B, I've got too many siblings and cousins all in line for that. So
Yeah. They
What,
won't
what
be
do
there.
they do? Stack the caskets on top of each other?
Yep.
Wow. I didn't know they could do
my
that.
father, we had to cremate him
Yeah.
to bury him there.
Uh-huh.
That was the only way they were going to be able to put it in, and then they only allow 4 burials in the plot until they survey the plot and see if
Oh.
there's room for.
Yeah. There's plots of
So
my
we
ancestors.
cremated him. They won't put another body in there, cremated or not, until there's enough room for another casket.
Yeah.
Oh.
Some of my ancestors are buried here locally. And at the foot of their grave is the grave of a child that could be a grandchild, it could be, a son or daughter, whatever, to the person.
Yeah.
But it was common back then. Well, such and such is buried there. We can just put the baby at the foot of that one. That's what they did.
Mhm.
And it's questionable whether or not they put anything on like the headstone that the baby is buried there, kind of thing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say that. Usually unmarked.
Yeah. That was just common back in the day. I don't know that they do much of that here anymore. They're kind of sticklers about stuff. If you die of an infectious disease, you have to be cremated. If they don't stack them, stuff like that here. Wow, Kim Polton's phone is cutting out when she's near a microwave. The gamma rays from the microwave are affecting your phone. That means that you probably have a lower G rating on your phone than, like
Hey,
some
time to
other.
upgrade that phone.
Yeah. Something in the wavelength there doesn't like each other. And Sharna says we're thankful that his assisted living place doesn't have more than 35 living there. If at full capacity, he enjoys that he gets spoiled by the caregivers. That is awesome. Our facilities here are all overstuffed and not enough people working.
Yeah.
That was the case when Mom was there. Now, with the current state of things, with getting people to work, they're probably even worse. Kim Bolton says, I am donating whatever is left of me that is useful, cremating the rest in hopes that my family will do the grow a tree thing with my cremains. That's cool. you'll have to get pre-approved for donating. A lot of people have done that as an option.
I got my license signed for that, donating your body or whatever. I don't know. If there's
you have
anything
to
left,
get
that's
pre-approved for
good.
it. She's a registered donor too. Good. Yeah, you have to get pre-approved for that. You can't just assume that they're going to take you to avoid, costs of burial or anything like that. You have to be pre-approved. I would not get cleared for that.
Shoot, I'd only be a medical marvel.
Jeez.
Yeah, around here they're not really taking them, or they weren't, at the time that I looked into it to see it as an option. Yeah, they weren't taking anybody. They had the waiting list kind of thing. They had more than enough. Sharna says at the Veterans Memorial Cemetery, that's what they do. Put the veteran in the hole and the spouse on top.
Wow. Okay.
I could deal with that. I like being on top.
Okay, now this is a family safe. This is a pet safe, family safe channel here.
Sorry, I couldn't help myself.
What did I miss? I missed something. What did I miss?
It's all in the way you hear it. I mean, I guess I shouldn't have even heard it that way.
Okay, what did I miss? That did not answer my question.
Tried to stop laughing enough to tell you.
She said she prefers to be on top. We were talking about burial plots and putting a casket on top of each other.
Sharna says in the chat, the Veterans Memorial Cemetery, that's what they do. The veteran goes in the hole and then the spouse goes on top. In a burial hole. And I said,
well, that's nice that you could do that.
And Pam lost it.
I didn't lose it. Okay.
Yeah, we used to be able to donate to medical schools, but the medical schools have an abundance.
Yeah, you lost it because it got my attention real fast.
Hey, Kim said me too, so. And she says, I'll think better thoughts, but she's still laughing. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Let's see here. Probably put that one on there.
Yeah, Kim also says that, yeah, she doesn't use any of her devices near her microwave. She's learned. Yeah.
Huh. Wow, that's interesting.
It could be too that particular microwave leaks gamma. It's affecting your electronics. You might keep that in mind. Have it checked or replace it. Could be that, in my experience, that's been the case when electronics are affected by a microwave. Just saying. Something to look into. You don't want gamma rays creeping out in your house. Ah, good. You've thought that too. I mean, I get zapped with gamma rays a couple times every 6 months. That's what they use for ablation on my spine, is gamma ray to fry those nerve endings. So yeah, they plug me in and zap me with a microwave a couple of times, 3 or 4 times a year. She says, I ain't glowing in the dark yet, so I think it's okay. Yeah, I haven't looked. I don't want to know. I don't know. Could be effective though. If I did white glue in the dark, I could creep a lot of people out. Well, it could be a fun tool. I like my tools. So what's everybody working on in the chat? Who's crafting? What are you making? I want to know.
I'll be right back.
Okay.
Okay, dear. Kim Bolton says, I am gluing napkins to magazine pages for a journal.
Oh.
So you're doing a little junk journaling. I'm gearing up to do that. I ventured out to Walmart with Sis last night and got watercolor paper pad and some composition books to start tinkering with, and some glue.
There you go. Gotta start. I got a watercolor paper pad. I haven't utilized it yet, but I have it here for when I get ready for it.
Well, I want to tinker with the whole paints and spritzes and sprays and blah, blah, blahs.
Yeah.
And I needed some heavier paper because, you know, the only thing I had here was cardstock.
Mm-hmm.
And it's okay for some things, but if you're going to go in heavy, you need thicker. So I got the watercolor paper because it's, you know, 140-pound weight paper. It'll be able to handle it a little better. Wow, Kim. She says, I have a glue problem. I go through a gallon of Elmer's in 3 months.
Oh,
You aren't drinking it, are you?
I believe it. I've been going through glue sticks like crazy, so I went to buying some different types of tube glue, but I still need to, which reminds me, I have a needle applicator thing I need to get out and try.
Yeah, I got some of the clear tacky glue from Aleene's.
Yeah.
I got a little bottle of the regular tacky, like you just showed, the gold bottle. I got a little bottle of that because I'm not sure if what I have is good, so I didn't want to get too much. That, and I have a feeling I'm going to be using more of the clear. I got the big bottle of the clear. But, yeah, I probably need to get some glue sticks. I didn't think about that. Probably ought to write that on the list for next week. Or next time she goes to Walmart. Oh, she glues 2 sheets of cardstock together for heavier paper.
Oh, that's an idea too.
Yeah. Could work, but the only glue sticks I like are the ones that start purple and go clear, because I can't see it. If it isn't the purple kind, I can't see where it went. So am I. I'm cheap too, but I have a pretty good stash of paper and snippets and magazine images and all this kind of stuff that I just keep finding more as I'm going through my craft room. It's kind of scattered hither and yon, and I haven't gotten into what I know I have in the library yet. But there was just a handful of things that I needed that I picked up at Walmart. The rest of it I've gotten over the years and gotten on the cheap, and, you know, this was just that 3 or 4 items that I needed, so that I'm set up and can start whenever I'm ready here. I'm kind of holding off because right now it's still somewhat cool, and I'm working in the craft room frantically to get to the point. I'm hoping to have my table set up and have the majority, have the furniture in where I need it, and what have you, before the heat of the summer hits. Then I will sit down and craft. But right now my focus has been more on just getting my freaking craft room done. Because that way I'll have access to all my crafts. Right now I can't hardly access anything because it's pretty crazy right now. But it's going to all start coming together here before too much longer. And once my table's set up, then I'm going to be going through fabric. And I'm going to be going through seasonal decor for the house and stuff like that, because it's like exploding out of the closet into like 3 or 4 totes in the library. Need to downsize that. And because I don't have the same places when we first moved in here 9 years ago. I don't have the same setup as to where I want to put decor. I'm not going to be doing as much decor. Also, I just need to make room because there's things I want to make to add to our decor, and I don't have room for it right now. So I got to color down so it's more suitable for what we have now and room for me to make what I want to add to it. My house looks like a warehouse right now, Kim. And the reason for that is because 4 years ago, I had just started ripping into the house doing a remodel, and my back blew, my knee blew, and my lungs blew in a 6-month period of time. That stopped me dead in my tracks, and I've been looking at this heap for 4 years now, and it's driving me batty. And now that I have some decent pain management, I'm getting her done. The only thing I haven't been able to do is get lumber and sheetrock for a partition wall. A couple of partition walls that I need to put in. I don't have any way to transport it now because all we have is a pickle jar car. I don't have my van anymore. And price of lumber. So I've been saving up, and I can get it all together, and it'll be enough for them to do a delivery for like $10. They'll deliver it here. I have to have a place to put it when it comes, and be ready to put it to work, aka build what I want to build. So I'm saving up the funds to just go in and order it and pick my lumber and have them deliver it, and I'll have a place to put it. So, and the means to get the 2 partition walls put in, and I've got little shelf thingies under windows that I want to put in. Build custom. But yeah, it's just reaching the minimum that they're willing to deliver, and have the funds to pay for it and the place to put it when it gets here, because they'll deliver it same day. I will literally go in there and choose my boards and what have you, and they'll load them on a truck and follow me home, or come shortly thereafter. So I've got to be ready for it, because I live in a trailer park, can't leave lumber outside or it'll walk off. So that's why I have lumber in my living room. And I need to go through it and see what I have, see what I need, put my order together, have the funds together, and have a place to put it. So as I'm working, that space will be created, and saving up the funds, Most places won't, but I shop at a mom and pop lumberyard, and they know that they ain't getting my money if I don't get to pick my own lumber. So they're perfectly fine with me waddling back into the lumberyard and going to the racks and pulling my boards. My dad was the same way, and they know that, you know, like father, like daughter, and they're more than happy to accommodate to get my money. And they know that I know my way around a lumberyard, even the cutting rooms and stuff like that. I know the equipment. I know how to use the equipment. You know, I just don't have the equipment anymore myself. So if I need any specialty cuts or anything, you know, to fit it in the space that I'll have or anything like that, I can tell them, you know, I need these boards cut specifically to this length and blah, blah, blah. I want my scraps, and, you know, they'll do it. If I need angles cut on anything that are too big for me to rip, you know, that kind of thing, they'll do it for me. It's just, you know, buck a cut. Buck a cut after the first 4 cuts, I think, is what they do. But they know I know my way around. So, and if they don't know, they learn very fast, because the older guys are like, just do what she says. She knows what she's talking about. Don't screw with her. Oh, good, Kim. She says her internet company is coming today between 1 and 5, so hopefully they'll figure out what's going on. Yeah, I hope so too, dear. I hope so. I used to, Kim. I inherited my dad's entire woodworking shop, but we had to move from there to here. I don't have the garage. I have a little shed, you know. So I had to sell off my table saw, my planer, my lathe, my fret saw. The only thing I kept was my bandsaw, which is still in a garage 2 counties over. It's been there 9 years, so I don't know if it's still there or not. And then I kept my little belt sander and my drill press, because I knew I could use those here. Okay, Kim. Kim Polton is heading out. She's going to grab some lunch so that she's settled in and ready for her stream.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kim.
Bye, Kim.
Wow. I would love to have them hardwoods. I've only got a few scraps left. Aside from, I have 2 antique 3-inch wide, or 3-inch thick, 9-inch wide, and like 16 feet long beams of antique hardwood. They are on pallets under the trailer so that they're protected from the elements. Those I have crafty ambitions for. Yard art. I'm gonna cut them into lengths and carve them. Make some seasonal decor. Yeah, they're huge. Oh my God, it was killer. They were in the rafters in the garage at the old place. Oh my God. I had to pretty near take the garage door off to get them out of the rafters. Take care, Kim P. Hey, Austin.
Hi, Austin.
But yeah, I miss my heavy duty equipment. But with my back, I have problems bending over to use them. The main one I miss is my lathe and my fret saw. I love doing fret work. Okay, Sharna. Sharna's heading out. She's gonna have some lunch and then she's gotta get to work. They might be, Kim, but you gotta do what you gotta do. If they're not even leaving you enough bandwidth to be able to go online yourself with your own internet, they're abusing the right to do that. And something's gotta
That
give.
means they're finding everything in their uncle on that darn thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not like just them, one or two people. They're sharing it with the whole, like, you know, friggin' neighborhood, and they're all sucking your bandwidth, which means they're abusing it. And you can't let them do that. Austin says, how's everyone's weather today? Here in South Carolina, it's raining.
Yeah, it's raining here too.
About ready to rain here shortly.
We had chances of rain. I think we do for the next few days. We've gotten a couple of showers, and that's it so far. And I will go look because I have no idea what our forecast is for today. I'll go check. Oh. Quote-unquote local news station, which is actually not local. It's in our capital city, 50 miles away. But they cover our region, so. Meteorologist, some little young thing. I'll have to start watching when we have nasty storms because he'll be trying to do them and wig out. That's what they always do until they learn. I get a total kick out of, you know, some wet behind the ears weatherman freaking out in the middle of a storm while he's doing his forecast, and you know, boss man comes in, takes over, and chunks them in the corner, and they sit there and pout while their adrenaline's running. We'll have a chance of rain this morning, and then this afternoon it's going to dry up. And it's expected to last well into the start of the week ahead. So, yeah. Chances of rain this morning, and then looks like that's it for several days. It's going to warm up. It's a warm trend coming in, so. We're currently 69 degrees and cloudy. Mild winds out of the north. And high of 79, mix of clouds and sun, breezy and mild. And then it says breezy and mild, and then it says winds gusting 15 to 20. Yeah, that's just a breeze. Of course, I live in the plains, so a breeze can knock you over. Go around a building just right and blows you back about 5 foot. Scrambling to save yourself because you're fixing to get planted on your tush. People move here and have no clue. They'll walk around one of the buildings downtown, and all of a sudden it throws them back several feet, and you know, their arms are flailing and they're trying to save themselves from butt planting. And you're just sitting there at the stoplight laughing your tush off. It's like, well, that'll teach you. You learn when you go around a corner on a windy day that you lean into it before you go around the corner, just in case. Kim says yesterday when she went to the theater with her friend that there was 2 fires going. Were they structure or structure fires? this time of year, a lot of people burn their fields to rejuvenate them, and some don't register it, and some it just gets out of control on them, wind will shift or something, and so yeah, end up getting the fire department out and battle it back. Because if the winds are gusting, fire travels super fast across the Plain States. Oh, okay, you don't know. You just seen or smelled smoke. Yeah, that happens. Sometimes you just don't know where it's at. They've got several people that stream live and follow scanner calls in various cities throughout the country. And I watch Bakersfield, California a lot. The streamers that I'm particular to, you know, they've got the right vibe for their stream and all. Come out of there. And they've had repeated issues with firebugs. There's this one apartment complex that has burnt like 10 times. I'm surprised there's still anything left on it to burn. And then a passel of dumpster fires. You can always tell when 3 or 4 dumpster fires go that the firebug's out again. He comes out a couple times a month. And don't matter whether they catch him or not, as soon as he's out and he builds up that urge to go burn, he's at it again. They're all running around chasing after him. And then in the cooler months for them, you know, being a big city, they have a rather large population of homeless right now. And they do warming fires. You know, they'll start a small fire just to warm themselves against, and it's not permitted. So the fire department gets called and they have to put it out, and you know, they don't hand them a blanket or nothing. They're just like, sorry dude, and drive off. Both of the streamers that I follow, mainly, one goes out and feeds the homeless every Friday, and one does it almost every night. They'll go through a drive-through and get 60, 80 burgers, and you get donations via Amazon, an Amazon wish list, or drinks, bottled water, bottled Gatorade, that kind of thing. They'll put together packs that have like a toothbrush and toothpaste and hand sanitizer and, you know, just little care packages. And they also get clothing, socks, stocking caps, blankets, what are they? Oh, sleeping bags. Sleeping bags, tents, that kind of thing. They also get dog and cat food, mainly dog food. Cats don't tend to stick around on the streets with homeless, but a lot of them do have dogs. And if they have a dog, they'll hand them a gallon bag of dog food. You know, they buy the great big huge bags, or the viewers donate, you know, via Amazon wish list, and we'll order the stuff and it just shows up at these people's door. They also do the feminine hygiene products, that kind of stuff. Quite the list. And goes around, passes it out. And there's constantly an influx of product via the viewers that donate. They love watching them on the live, go help the homeless. They've had special situations. An elderly gentleman had a set of drums, but his drumsticks were taken or lost or something, and went and bought the drumsticks. True. Yeah. A cigarette out the window can light a lot of things up. Yeah. But they'll see somebody walking around barefoot or in a pair of skimpy little sandals or flip-flops in the winter, and we'll literally go to Walmart, buy socks and shoes, and go back and hand them to the homeless person via funds that from the viewers that he sets aside for special dispensation situations. People also donate clothes and coats and stuff like that, blankets, right out of their closet, and he'll go pick them up from their home. They'll be in the chat, I've got this stuff, and
That's cool.
He'll connect with them privately, so they don't have to put their information in the chat, and they can go to, he's got a Facebook group, and they can go message him via there. Address, and etc. And literally during the live, he will go pick things up. He darkens the screen like mine is now, so that people don't see where they live, things like that. He takes precaution, and he'll go pick up stuff and then turn around and go and start handing it out. And he does this between calls, the scanner calls, accidents and whatever's. Hey, Lena. It's pretty cool.
Hey, Lena.
Hi, Lena.
The guy that only donates on Friday, he, his family, him, his wife, his girls, he's got 2 small girls, I think 6 and 9 or 7 and 9, something like that. They haven't hit double digit yet. They put together food packs, sandwiches, and they'll make up sandwiches and stuff like that, and put together little meal packs. But for the holidays, he takes donations. He drives down to LA into the toy district, buys a crap ton of toys. I mean, he'll run a U-Haul to pull behind his little SUV, and loads the SUV and the trailer full of toys. Then they provide hot cocoa, coffee, hot tea, usually like hot dogs or hamburgers. And their church donates the church for a day, and they do a big thing, and they've got Santa and toys for kids and coats, gloves, or mittens, stocking caps, that he gives out to low-income and homeless families with children. But any of the homeless can come and have a meal and a hot drink during the event, and it's a full day thing that he does. It's quite the event, and he streams live for the majority of it. But yeah, him, his family, and his church get together and put on this event via donations from his viewers on his channel. So it's a pretty big deal, and it's growing. It tripled in size, the event, from last year to this year, or from the year before to this last December. Yeah, it exploded, the donations that he got. But it's kind of like On Patrol Live, but out of Bakersfield, and just people that follow scanner calls and go you know, show the event live, whatever it is, whether it's a car wreck or, you know, an accident or a fire or whatever. But there's people that are doing that all over the country now. And they get quite the following. But I just get a kick out of watching that kind of thing. You know, on Patrol Live's only on 2 nights a week for 3 hours. I like more of that, so that's often where I am late night if, you know, if I'm up and nothing else going on. Lena says those butterflies are pretty.
Oh, thank you.
She was working on one when she started the live this morning, and one of the chat members bought a bunch of doilies and wanted butterflies in specific colors and what have you. So she's basically
Cool.
working on a commission order.
Yep.
Started out as random and became a commission order. And she's booking it too. She's got 3 butterflies done already, and she's working on another.
Nope, this is the trim. She only wanted 3.
Oh yeah, you're doing the trims and the doilies.
Yeah, I'm working on the trim right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, she only
Nice
wanted 3
little one.
butterflies. And I gotta make the lime green and the bright yellow doily trim
Yeah.
set.
Yeah, otherwise she just bought the ones you had made that you showed. And I'll take them all. She's loving her crochet. Which is good news for her because she'll have funds to do other crafty things.
Yep. I'll go
You know.
toward my paper crafting
Yeah,
stock up.
yeah, it'll just go towards supplies. So if there's a paper crafting auction going on, she'll be there.
Let me see one of your butterflies up close. I wasn't on earlier.
Yeah, she missed out. Look at these on her table. She's whipped out 3 of them here.
Yeah.
They're adorable.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Very nice, Stacey.
She's loving being
Very
able to
nice.
go big and then pop back and stuff. She couldn't do that with her internet before.
Mm-hmm.
She upgraded and she can actually use the stuff that's available to her now because her internet will support it. I love how you're distressing those edges on the paper. I've seen Stacey do that too. I like that look.
Thank you.
Gonna have to teach
Yeah,
her.
I'm not into the crisp. I want it to look used
over.
or worn.
Yeah.
and touched.
Worn, weathered,
Yeah.
aged.
I like the vintage,
Me too.
aged, whatever.
I've bought a couple of lots of stamps.
Mm-hmm.
I've got quite the variety, so I should have fun tinkering with those. And then Becca had a sale. She's been clearing out a room. She's got, I don't know if it's a mother or mother-in-law or something that's going to be moving in. And so she's having to clear out a spare bedroom that she had loaded down with paper craft and been selling off. And 4 days, oh my God, 4 days of sales. She was clearing that room out. And yeah, I was there and bought a good bit of things, you know.
Ditto.
Yeah. Yeah, Stacey was there. Tina was there, which is Ma Pal.
Yeah, I was there for a little bit of each one.
Yeah. Try to say
Yeah.
But I filled gaps in my stash from that sale.
Good.
So once that stuff gets here, I can put it in place or put it in safekeeping until I get my craft room done, and I can move my paper craft all in there, have it all together. Right now, my overflow is in my office in these little 3-drawer, plastic Sterilite little drawer things. I've got the stuff there. The paper, aside from the scrapbooking paper, just like the colored cardstock and paper, like you'd run through your printer, that's going to stay in the office. But all the scrapbooking paper and specialty stuff will be in the craft room, along with all my little snippets and tidbits that currently are organized in that 3-drawer unit right now. They're just in like zipper bags together. My stickers are in 2 it's 2 2-drawer units, but they're more for like well, I'm trying to think of the word, like index card files, the large index card files.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's 4 drawers, and I created tabs and have them organized in there. Yeah, I got a lot of stickers, and a lot of them are vintage because I've been a sticker nut since I was a kid. If I see a cool sticker, I'm always buying a sheet, thing of stickers. So I don't need much in the way of that. And the whole die cut roller machine thing, they bug me. I've got that little one, and I don't know if it's because it was damaged in transit that it bugs me, or if it's just the whole concept itself, but it bugs me. So what I did was I bought a 3/4 inch round, 10-inch long stainless steel rod, and I'm gonna roll them that way. Otherwise, I've got little finger tools that I can skim across the edges of the die cuts and trim them that way. But the whole machine.
You know what I thought about?
What?
The smaller stuff to do it by hand. The fret, the cover that goes over your finger to run over the frets of a guitar. On the finger would probably work awesome for smaller.
Yeah, which I actually have those. I also have the thimbles in the sewing world that are similar. They just have the dimples in them instead of being smooth. But yeah, I've been working on that one in my brain. But yeah, a bigger thing. I just thought a stainless steel rod and roll that over it. It would still have the acrylic plate, between it and the steel, so that the steel doesn't damage the edges of the cutting die cut. But,
Okay.
I can just roll
We're
it.
gonna get rainy ASMR here, which means I'm not gonna hear anything until it comes across on YouTube. So if I delay answering anything, that's why.
Yeah. But I don't know. I just thought that would work. I just ordered it on Amazon. It was like $10 shipped, and the edges are smoothed and everything. And I don't know. They use them in something machining. I don't know. But welcome back, Kim. Yeah, it's possible you could end up getting a new modem. they'll test it and see if it's working right and all that. They've got equipment that
And they'll also know that other ISPs have been on it.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
can find that out.
they can.
So they may just say, well, it looks like somebody, you need to change your password. So it looks like somebody hacked into the system.
And snicking your internet. Yeah. You don't have to tell them that you gave them the information either. Just saying.
Oh, I wouldn't say anything about giving it to
Yeah.
anybody.
I'm just giving her a heads up. Don't tell them that. Just play stupid.
Nobody's going to get in trouble. They're just going to say, well,
Yeah.
I mean, I'll say it this way. Nobody's going to get in trouble unless they were trying to access federal sites or doing something federally criminal.
Yeah. Yeah, you don't want anybody accessing things they shouldn't. Because then it would fall on you because it was happening on your internet. That's why you don't want to give out the information, because you run the risk of people doing things they shouldn't on your system. Yeah, they're just hooking up too many devices to it. They become dependent on it. And if they become dependent on it, they're abusing it. And
yeah, once you give out something like that, you're not just giving it out to who you're giving it out to. Trust me. Anybody locally that can be in transmission with that router, guess what?
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. You get internet and, it might only be for one item. You're just kind of starting out in the internet world. And then next thing you know, you get this device and this device, this device. And without even realizing that you're stuck in major bandwidth. They might not even realize that it's affecting yours. But, if they're going to use it that much, they need to get their own, I mean, I don't know whether they would qualify for the affordability doohickey or not, but, they might just need to get their own. If they do qualify for that, if you qualify for Lifeline, you can get a freebie, but if you qualify for affordability, you get $30 off your bill. And I gotta go get my phone. Hold on.
Oops.
Okay, I'm back.
Okie dokie.
That was my brother. Probably gonna have to get off here before long because I'm gonna have to get stuff together. They're coming to try to glue our roof back together again because it got shingles blown off of it again here last week during a storm.
That's not good. So it's good that they're coming, but not good that the storm hit them.
Yeah.
Storm hit you.
Well, the roof needs replaced. There's wood that needs replaced. Shingles need to be redone. We just don't have the funds, so we've been having to band-aid it repeatedly where they keep popping off. If they run out of wood to nail to, then they're just gonna have to tarp it till we can get something done with it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to sign out here too for lunch. And
Alrighty, ladies. Well, thanks for hanging out.
all right, everyone. See you tomorrow.
Yeah.
Well, take care, dear.
Yep. You have
Probably
a good
see you
rest of your
around
day,
too later
everyone.
on. he's coming to work on the roof, I won't be sleeping for a while here. So now I know why I'm still up. Yeah, I'd love to get this thing leveled and get the roof replaced. They keep popping off because one end of the trailer is separating.
Yeah.
When they put it in here back in the 90s, they put a double wide on a single wide plot. And there's only the gravel and stuff under one side. The other side's dirt, and it's been degrading and washing out, causing one end of the trailer to separate. And that issue was not disclosed when we bought it. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're trying to figure that out.
Mm-hmm.
Joy, joy. Yeah, I might have to have a doze. I'm not sure what my body wants to do right now. Well, dear, I'm gonna head out. I gotta get tools and nails and all that good stuff together. Have it ready for them when they get here and what have you, and maybe squeak in a nap. See how the day goes. But everyone have a great day, and I'll see you on the next one. Bye, y'all. Can you hear me, Stace?
Yep.
Okay. Making sure I wasn't talking to myself. Anyways, I'm off. Bye, y'all.
All right. Well, thanks for chilling.
Yep. Thanks for having me on.
And folks, I actually did that. I'm still gonna wear. Hey, John John. I don't know how many of y'all I put to sleep. Hey, Steve. Hey, Beth. Oh, I'm glad you did. I was hoping I wasn't too much of a dud. I get quiet. Hey, Leanne. Doing all right. How are you? Hey, Ruby. How are you today? Yeah, I'm kind of just. I've been a crochet fool, Miss okay? Just looking around, deciding what and if I want to do. Dang it, I don't do plans, so. Yeah, so I'm just shuffling around here. Hey Beth, do you have any place where, or somebody who has a list of all the bingo prompts ever? Alright, never mind. People just got me playing in the background. Alright, well, I think I'm going to end this one today. I want to thank everyone who came in. I want to thank everyone who hung out. I want to thank those of you who will watch us in the future. Please like, comment, subscribe. But most importantly, please enjoy the rest of your day.